Hello and welcome to AUTOMAT Live-Coding. Even though today we are not going to directly write any AUTOMAT code, today we are going to play with something which is kind of AUTOMAT related. It's this. This is this. Like that. Yeah. This is a tiny handheld keyboard and I can use it to type on my PC. And it's programmable. It has an ESP32, which is a very common microcontroller. You can, if you build something like this, there are instructions online on how to build it. Let me show you how this looks. Yeah. Oh, actually, no. We want to go to GitHub. In this repository, you will find all of the instructions that you need to build something like this yourself. The hardware is really, really cheap. You only need a board, which is about $10, and some switches. Actually, the switches are the most expensive part of this. And if you want, you can buy some, cool toggles like. Can I focus? Focus, please. Like those. Anyway. The software for this, it kind of works, but I am improving it. So one cool thing that you can do with a custom keyboard is that you can actually run complex apps on the keyboard. And those complex apps can control your PC. This is actually how it connects to AUTOMAT. The idea is that one of those apps ultimately is going to be AUTOMAT. AUTOMAT is going to be the software that runs on this ESP and controls all of it. AUTOMAT, if you know how it looks, this is the. Let me actually find this. Yeah. There we go. So this is how AUTOMAT looks. It doesn't look like something that would run on an ESP32, which has like 0.5 MB of RAM. And that's kind of true. The plan is to actually extract a very the essence of AUTOMAT, the computational core of AUTOMAT, into something like a couple C++ headers, a couple C++ files, and make it remotely programmable so that if I connect in AUTOMAT to this device remotely, I will be able to position all of the objects in the memory of this device, and those objects will keep working. So I will be able to program this device remotely from AUTOMAT by just manipulating those objects myself. That's the idea with AUTOMAT. There will be actually the AUTOMAT, let's call it VM. AUTOMAT doesn't really have a VM. AUTOMAT is very close to machine code. So the VM is actually just functions. It's actually even less than functions. AUTOMAT doesn't have really functions. AUTOMAT really, the computational layer of AUTOMAT has like blocks of machine code. That's kind of how AUTOMAT structures, computation. And all of those objects here, they're essentially pretending to be just that, just pieces of machine code. Although some of them actually are, like assembly instructions are literally machine code. Anyway, today I'm going to fix one of the issues with this device. The issue is that I have put a small programming language on this device. Actually, more than one. So I've put Porf. I don't know if you heard of this. This is a language from the 70s. Totally ancient. Let me check something. Oh, cool. Yeah, streaming works. So I am kind of able to program on this. So if I type a command like hats. And exclamation mark. How do they do exclamation mark? Like this. Anyway, I can evaluate this command by hitting a very specific key combo. Yeah, and it types it out. It moved the cursor. Huh. This is strange. Anyway, as you can see, when I type put s something, it types it out. And this is because I have a programming language installed on this device. It used to be Forth. I played with Forth, and after a week of learning for writing different things for this, I decided it's just not a language for people. It's a language for computers. Forth is very efficient. It's a really nice stack-oriented programming language, and it has many derived languages, but they're all terrible, terrible to use. So I swapped to something different. I was looking for a language that would be good for text processing, and there is one such language. I just started learning it recently. It's a language from, I think, 90s or 80s. I'm not sure. It's called TCL. Let me find TCL. There we go. TCL is a text-oriented language where everything is a string. After learning about TCL, I now see some of the things in shells, like in Bash, for instance, and in Python, and in JavaScript. A lot of the features in those languages have actually been inspired by TCL, because TCL really, it pushed this idea of everything is a string to the extreme. What I really like about this language is that the syntax is, I mean, I'm not sure if I like it, but it's a very interesting decision that I find it very, I think it led to what TCL eventually is. The syntax of the language is very, very minimal. You just type a command like exp, and then you can type some arguments, and those arguments, they work exactly like shell arguments. So I can do math like that. I evaluate this. Wrong number of args. Oh, I probably need to quote this. Oh, let's quote this. And let's evaluate. Yeah, so I can use it as a pocket calculator. I need to learn more how those commands work. I think they should be described in this book. I think I was here. Chapter 9. So there is a book called TCL Wise. It was unfortunately never finished. I guess there are other books on TCL. Anyway. This is the last chapter I need to finish. What I'm really interested in is some kind of help system. I wish TCL had some built-in help. I think it does. I just don't know where it is. This is something that the book should start with. Anyway. So TCL, or Forth, is just one programming language which is part of this device. One app that is part of this device. There is another one which is SSH. So instead of cramming everything in this tiny 8 megabyte device with half a megabyte of RAM, I decided, hey, I can put SSH here, and through SSH I can basically invoke any commands I want. So give me a sec.
Dice Nexus says,
You are trying to make your very own stenotype machine.
Kind of, yeah. So the other command, I said we have this TCL, so we have this thing where I can evaluate different math formulas. It's for surprise. The other thing I can do is I can type the SSH command name, and it should, if it can connect to my smartphone, yeah, there we go. It just connected to my server, and now I have a shell within a notepad. I can type enter, enter. It will. So there are still some issues. You see, instead of typing hash, it typed 3. This is because the protocol has some bugs. Today we are going to fix this. This is the plan for today, to fix those bugs where it emits wrong characters. I can even, within Notepad, so one thing I can do like regular commands, like the date. The date should be executed on my server. It's not printing anything. It looks like we lost connection to the SSH, so let me try again. What you can see here, this is a command completion. So when I type A, it completes the rest of the command. This is a feature of the fish shell. And print current date, and I can start a proper text editor as well. So I can fire up Emacs, and Emacs runs on my server, but it displays itself inside the notepad essentially. So you can see my cursor went back to this line. So when I move right by 1 character, I just moved right.
I got recommended popos, but is there anything better for my needs?
I use PopOS. Sorry, no, I don't. I used to use PopOS for a time. PopOS feels a lot like Mint, in a sense that it's meant to remove all of the Linux administration overheads, and it tries to just work. If you are doing multimedia, you will probably be better off finding a multimedia dedicated distribution. So check DistroWatch. Let me just disconnect from this X, Control C. Yeah, that should quit Emacs. And Control D, disconnect. Okay. What I wanted to show you is DistroWatch.
It has Cosmic Update now.
I think there are some tags in here. So the way I would go for this, I would start searching from the top and go down, and I would look for an operating system that, for a Linux distribution, that is meant for audio production. Okay, none of those are actually. I don't think CachyOS is. CachyOS. A new top contender. Elementary, Blue Star.
says, hello, shiny play games. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
I've seen the search. It's just I'm looking for a structured search. Okay, category, yeah, this. There we go. Soft, blah, 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 immutable. Not multimedia, because this is obviously multimedia consumption. Yeah, this search PHP. Yeah. That was this.
TTS-ed says,
I need one that can run El Pajuo.
If you are doing audio, you probably need a decent audio stack. And this is a big thing on Linux. There is a lot of focus about, audio processing. Because the idea is that, if you are producing music, you probably have 10 different devices that you want to hook up to your computer. Like a keyboard, mixers, microphone, speakers. All of them, they probably go into USB hubs. And the role of the operating system is to put some kind of compute between them and route the signals as fast as possible. It's not easy to do. The operating systems, like computers, even modern computers, cannot really do this at a sample-by-sample basis. So they have to bulk the audio computation, and Linux has a lot of really nice libraries to do this in almost real time. So it feels almost like working with real digital instruments, not software, not just software.
Does having dedicated audio interface help?
I'm not so deep in this rabbit hole to know. Unfortunately, they do not have a dedicated category for audio production. Maybe in multimedia. Who knows? Yeah, Debian is decent. With Debian-based distributions, you cannot really go wrong, because all of the online instructions that will tell you how to use Linux will basically assume you are using a Debian or a Debian derivative OS.
Shiny Play Games says,
If you're looking to use LS Studio, just use Windows or Mac. It's better that way from what I know. If you want to use Linux, just dual boot it if you really want it.
Yeah, it really depends what you want to do on the machine. The stuff that you do on Linux with audio, it's really... It feels kind of different from the desktop audio production. The cool things that you get are, for example, the GStreamer. You can, from kind of scripts, you can create pipelines that will create funny sound effects. It's kind of like programming. It's kind of like audio programming language, except it's not. It's just an audio processing library.
TTS-ed says,
Popa supposedly can run FL out of the box, but I heard it needs to mature more after the new update.
I'm such a newbie when it comes to audio. I recently got sent an invite for, let me find this This was called... What was this called? Producer.ai, I think. Yeah. So this is a competitor to Suno, which is wonderful, which means that finally Suno is not the only game in town when it comes to, you know, AI audio. Yeah, this is the best I can do. I do not do audio production, I only do prompting. So this is the kind of information you will get from me. Not much.
The only good monopoly is Steam Monopoly. All hail Gaben.
I would disagree. I think Steam employs some very nasty practices when it comes to pricing. So I am releasing a game on Steam. It's going to be free, so I don't really care about this. But Steam does two really bad things. But before I get to Steam, so how Visa works, do you know Visa, the credit card company? They have this requirement that when you have a shop and you want to support Visa, you need to guarantee that credit card prices are going to be identical with cash prices. So you cannot charge more for credit cards. But they also say that they will take a cut of every sale you make. And for Visa, it's tiny. It's something like 0.0 something, I don't know, 1%. What do I type percent? Shift. So you have two requirements. You have to keep all of your prices equal for cash and credit cards, but if somebody buys with credit cards, you are essentially losing money because you also have to pay Visa. So you have to raise prices for all of the sales made with cash so that they are equal.
Yeah.
What Steam does, Steam has the same requirement. So if you are selling your game on Steam, Steam price has to be matching the prices of any other place you are selling your game. So it also applies to promotions. So if you want to do a promotion, you also need to do a promotion on Steam. So the Steam price always has to be lowest. But Steam requires you to give them a 30% cut of your sales. So 1/3 of the game price goes to Steam. Which is insane. So if you are selling a game anywhere, like you basically have to increase the prices if you want to make some profit per copy of a game. If you need to make, I don't know, $5. What is dollar? Shift or or $10 to make the math easier. Then you need to sell on Steam. Yeah, basically, Steam takes 1/3 of your game price. And you cannot really sell games cheaper anywhere else, because then it's just not allowed. So essentially, everybody who buys your games everywhere else, they have to pay more because Steam takes 30% cut and you need to do price match between platforms. So even if there is another platform with a lower price, okay, maybe for digital games it's not as bad as for physical goods, because for physical goods you are working with margins.
Doesn't Xbox or PlayStation also take 30 cut?
Maybe, I don't know. I think other shops, they try to be competitive. Steam is like, in terms of the cost, Steam is like the worst. And other shops, they try to compete on this cut. They try to offer you better cost, like revenue split. But I'm thinking about this, and I think it's slightly different from games. Because if you have physical goods like apples, and Apple costs, some amount of money, and a shop for physical goods only makes money on the margin, the difference between the price that people pay and that you pay for the goods, the shop pays to get the goods, to source the goods. I think it's different for games because there is basically no cost of copying the goods. It's zero, essentially. So maybe it doesn't have as terrible effects. But it is a huge cut. And the fact that you cannot sell cheaper anywhere else is...
Quick sidetrack, speaking of Apple. Forced ID verification. Yay.
Yeah, like, for example, you cannot sell your game on your own site cheaper than on Steam because Steam forbids you from doing that. It's very weird, very weird. Or you cannot have a promotion on one site where the game is cheaper on another site. ID verification is interesting. I am actually not super against it because I used to work in anti-abuse and I know that there are some groups which are so sophisticated, they are very hard to detect. Like people who actually invest in, this ID verification, it would help with so many problems of the modern internet. It would basically eliminate bots. It would eliminate government, not eliminate, but it would make it significantly harder to do influence campaigns online, this ID verification. I think this is a good thing overall. I understand the loss in privacy, but I think fight of misinformation is probably worth it. I'm just surprised that nobody is mentioning this botting in the context of this bill. People just keep talking about age verification for, adult content, and this is really not the main benefit of this. The main benefit is that the internet theory is going to no longer be true once this comes into play. Because the bots will have to verify themselves as adults, and it's not really that easy. It's still possible, but it raises the bar for all of the abusers, and it makes it easier to detect and to shut them down. So I think overall, this could be actually a huge thing. It could be a really good thing for the internet in the long term. And it's not just Apple that is doing this. Every operating system needs to do this.
But there will be some ways to circumnavigate it. Underground market for stolen passports could explode with people using them to verify machines for botting, thus creating more incentive to commit data breaches to get even more IDs.
True. But what you are talking, this is spot on, by the way, and the key thing in abuse is that the people who make money on this, they have to spend some money and they make some money back. And they will only commit abuse if they can make a profit. So this ID verification and so on, it increases the cost of doing abuse. And it's not going to make it impossible. Like you say, you can still acquire fake passports, fake IDs, data acquired from data breaches, but it raises the cost. And many, small-time players will just not be able to compete, and they will stop doing abuse. They will start doing productive things in the society. Like, I don't know, the people who do abuse, they could probably do a lot nicer things, if they just if they just looked around.
Thank you.
So the benefit of this, even though it's not bulletproof, is that it raises the cost of doing abuse and it motivates a larger, a chunk of abusers into divesting, into just doing something else.
Unless you got very committed
Yes.
guys who are in for the long game and don't
Yes.
mind short-term loss for long-term profit.
There is a whole category of ideologically motivated abusers. Ideologically and politically, which are very closely related. They will stay, but even for them it's going to be harder because it's going to be easier to track them. The technical difficulty of conducting online abuse, of creating bots, is going to go up. So all of those fake posts on Reddit, like AI is currently on social networks, on Facebook, Reddit, LinkedIn, everywhere you see posts by bots. Those bots are going to have a much harder time soon once those legislation comes in. They will just get a checkmark initially, like unverified account or child account, something like this, and you will know that hey, this is not a real person probably. Great stuff. There is a big downside: the privacy. It cannot be. It must be stressed how important this is to do this in a privacy-friendly way. By privacy, I mean it is possible to do age verification without revealing too much about you as a person, but it's very challenging. Like, the protocols have to be designed correctly, and it's unlikely that they will be. We will see.
But for every company that has ID verification as default, there will probably 30 different OS that don't have it.
Yeah. So, like I say, it's not that they will be cut off from the internet, but you will have some kind of verification checkmark on the accounts that have been verified like that. For instance, if you are creating an account, sometimes you have to pass CAPTCHA, or sometimes you have to pass email verification. But if a website detects that, hey, you have a cryptographic proof that you have been verified, there is no reason for CAPTCHA, no reason for email verification. They know that, hey, you are a real person, we can just create an account for you. Those verifications, they are only meant for scripts, for bots. And if the OS provides this as an API, none of this verification is really necessary anymore. You will just get a better experience out of using internet by, staying verified. Because you will not be mistaken by bots. And if you are not verified, you will still be able to use it, just not all services. Like banks will probably not want to service your requests. You will not get access to, to promotions or, free samples. This kind of stuff. The stuff that's typically abused. So, like I say, there are very good reasons to go for this age verification. The bad reason is that if it's implemented badly, it reveals a lot about users, maybe too much. But I think there are privacy laws about data handling, and they should take care of this mishandling of data. I don't think there are technical measures that could be taken to guarantee privacy. I think privacy needs to be protected at a legal level, not technical level.
I thought of an interesting way to get this sorted. For example, there is a dedicated building. You go in there, show them your ID, and you get online code. You go home, and you use the code to verify the device or your digital ID.
Yeah,
there is
exactly.
no ID associated directly, but just a check mark that says, I was verified.
Yeah, and this is kind of how it works a lot of the time. You can even sometimes go without this dedicated building. If you use cryptography and signatures, you can even do this in a distributed way. So, this could even happen without internet connection. But the stuff with connection, with those bearer tokens, it also works.
It's a bit like stealing and redeeming codes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. OAuth works in a pretty similar way. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah. That was the longest thread about this new law, but it's not so black and white as internet paints it. There is one tendency online. So if there is a legislation that is against bots, you can be sure this has been 100% reliable for the past 10 years. If there is some legislation against bots, there will be influence campaigns online against this legislation. This was the case with what was this? There was this protocol online that was supposed to come in that people just went crazy about. It was web attestation. Yes, web attestation. Web attestation would be... It's a perfect protocol for the internet. Another way of stopping bots once and for all. But just the amount of negative sentiment online that I saw once the proposal came out, it was just unreal. It's like, hey, this is a fantastic protocol that stops bots from pretending to be people. And everybody's against it. Crazy stuff. So I feel like, I hope I'm not a conspiracy theorist here, but I feel like a lot of the negative sentiment towards this age verification, it's not fully, inauthentic, but I think there are some influence campaigns to create a negative sentiment right now.
There is one way to legally avoid ID. You download open source distro, or make your own. Modify the code that removes it, and you just use it yourself, and as long as you don't distribute it, no law should be able to do anything to you.
Yeah. There is one extra point there. These operating systems, in order to provide valid ID verification, they will have to provide a chain of trust, a cryptographic chain of trust. And this cryptographic chain of trust, typically, it starts with your ID. So this is your ID. Your ID is verified by the operating system, right? The operating system is verified by two components, by the bootloader and by the bootloader and the CPU. So there is also this chain. And the operating system also needs to be verified by the producer, somebody who made the operating system, and somebody, maybe some government agency who did the review of the code. So there is a cryptography there. If you take an operating system that was approved and you modify it, you are breaking this verification by the code reviewers because nobody signed your code. So there is the chain of trust is broken. You can create attestations for your ID, like who you are, but they are not going to be really fully verifiable because of cryptographic requirements that are placed there. But yeah, even if you are using those signed OSs, you don't really have a requirement to verify yourself. It's just going to give you like better online services.
Interesting. Well, it was always using AI to generate fake IDs.
Meister Chica says.
Post-quantum computing HPK will win Deutsch.
Yeah. So there are pros and cons. I think it's worth it. This whole age verification. I think the net benefits, they are just more than risks.
Base Nexus says.
Wasn't there a law or great urge to quantum-proof the internet and encryption taught our...
There has been very little movement with quantum computers in the past years. It's like fusion, It's coming up, it's coming up. It's not there.
Best thing is convert all your money to hard cash or gold.
Meister Chica says.
Internet does not exist if you are not connected, but it exists if you show internet in as close
Be right back.
as it currently came to quantum matter.
Derek's Nexus says.
Fusion is always 20 years ahead.
Okay, I am back. I was reading a little bit about quantum resistant crypto, and it's actually kind of one approach that I read on was using some kind of tables, like lookup tables that you shuffle. It looks reasonable, it's just not as efficient as traditional crypto. Not as efficient in a sense that it's using like lots of memory, like gigabytes of memory. But there are simpler, like quantum resistant cryptos. I'm just not up to date on the algorithms there. Anyway, my plan with this keyboard is to fix this silly issue where when I type SSH and when I connect, connect like that, it sometimes mispresses the shift. Oh yeah, and it screws up the dots here.
Meister Chica says.
Co-methods.
Deus Nexus says.
What are your thoughts about Motorola partnering up with Graphene OS?
Sounds cool. I like Motorola. Oh, screwed it up. Okay, I need to quit Emacs.
Meister Chica says.
Diox Nexus, why did you have to leak my employer?
I don't know why my script always likes to type the next line at the very, very top. Okay, whatever. Now I should be able to start Emacs.
Deus Nexus says.
CP Chica, they didn't send me proper NDL dough.
Okay. Now I should be able to move down and up, and the script updates the line number as I'm moving, which is kind of annoying. I wish I knew how to disable the line number in Emacs. It deletes this line completely and retypes it from scratch. Whatever. Anyway, stuff kind of works. But see, sometimes it doesn't press shift correctly, like here, SSH disconnected. Which is very, very strange.
I wish more phone manufacturers would stop cramming everything Google in every corner that they can. Why can't things run locally without an account? Like you don't even get a dedicated SMS app that shows your messages. Now you need Google account too. See?
Meister Chica says.
Display line numbers mode 1. This is how to disable them.
I am going to try to do this remotely from my keyboard. It's not going to be easy.
But you set it to 1 tier K.
How is the Emacs startup file called? Oh no. Okay, this is one of the issues. I cannot really type in any other window when I'm in SSH mode, so I cannot do search online. Yeah, I do not want this. We'll see. Clear. Here, please.
.emacs or .emacs Dennett.l bot.
Okay, parents. Oh no, I have another bug in my keyboard. I cannot type shift letters. It types some funny terminal escape codes. Okay. So many bugs to fix. No, do not save this.
Never a not bug to fix.
Now I can disconnect. So this shift bug I will fix with AI, but... Sorry, this shift bug, the bug which prevents me from typing shift keys. There is another bug which causes the keyboard to type accidentally release shift sometimes. I think this is something I need to fix myself.
Just call them features, and you are done.
It doesn't work if you're the user of your software.
Thex Nexus says,
It just works.
Okay, sending. How's sending? So the thing is, I need to buffer a report. So I need to store this. So I need to check if there is a buffered report. And if there is a buffered report, I need to block. So I think I need some kind of semaphore.
Math when he wakes up. Print, hello world.
This on this keyboard, this works. You can actually type TCL commands and they will be evaluated. So it's not print, but that's... Does it have to be a single? I think it has to be a single. Yeah, I think I should be able to evaluate this. Different key combo. Yeah, and it prints hello world. I just haven't implemented control movement yet, so I need to move character by character. Anyway, if I have something like this, I can now move to my editor and call this, and it's going to type the hello for me. Okay, this buffered, it cannot be a boolean like this suggests. It needs to be a semaphore. I need to see how do I create semaphores on RTOS. RTOS semaphore, please.
Do you think that in the future Microsoft will try to make sure you don't even need a keyboard and you just shout at your PC to make it do things? Sounds very secure for passwords.
That would be a nice typing mechanism for this. If I had a microphone, I could maybe voice recognition is kind of not that great on ESP still, but hypothetically, I could have a keyboard that types my voice if I, hold the key combo. This is what we need. Semaphore handle. Let's call this is buffered free. Yeah. And on startup, maybe after we create the timer, I need to also initialize this is buffered free. Yep. Yep.
Just imagine somewhere in Pentagon, I said my password is Sexapelican69. God damn it, call Steve to bring the keyboard.
So X semaphore take. Does it return anything? Let's do this port max delay. So I don't want to even care about the return value. I will just make sure I write this code correctly and I don't need to handle errors. I mean, maybe I should check if the allocation succeeded. But it's an embedded device. It will succeed. Modifiers, reserved byte, and keys. This is the HID report. So I want to just assign it to buffered. Yeah. And then I want to call wake. Wake up. We do not need that. This is old code. Also, all of this will move over here. This is just scratch code. No need to read this. This is the function that sends a report. It's super simple. It grabs a semaphore and calls wake up. So the first thing that wake up should do is it should check if there is something in the buffered thingy. I mean, yeah, it needs to be a semaphore. Argument is doesn't need to be static. Okay. So if there is no buffer to send, buffer free is 0, then we just release the semaphore. We do not do anything. Maybe a comment would help here. Okay, next thing we do is we check when was the last send time, how long ago. And this is good. And the idea is that if there are just two cases. It's possible that we actually, let me think about this.
Edutainmentalx T3X says,
Hello, bro, can you help me in coding?
Can you help me in coding? So this wake up is only going to be executed on core 1, so we do not need any mutexes. Send report probably as well.
Meister Chica says,
We can help you, but only if tell us with what you need help.
This is roughly... This is not entirely correct.
Edutainmentalx T3X says,
Bro, I'm using BoltNew to create an app. I have used the Gemini API and News API to fetch real-time news and headlines. But when I click on generate an app, it doesn't work.
I think it could be a deeper problem than it seems.
Diux Nexus says,
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Meister Chica says,
And that would require us to have access to the source code.
We are going to send differently. Just keyboard.
Edutainmentalx T3X says,
Can it be fixed?
You know, everything can be fixed. It's just AI has this tendency to apply band-aids, you know, whenever you ask it to do something. It never really fixes, the code properly. Sometimes to fix a piece of code, you have to take it down and build it from scratch again. AI is just very reluctant to do that. It can do it, but you have to be very insistent about prompting it correctly. Do you know what's one thing you can do? You can probably ask the AI to write some unit tests for you. And then those unit tests, they work nicely with AI. They can actually, instead of you having to repeat the same command over and over, the unit tests can tell the AI that it's screwed up and that it has to keep iterating until it fixes the problem.
Nexus says,
So instead of AI rewriting code to fix the core bug, it just adds a little bit of extra code that fixes it until you add something else that breaks it?
Yeah. It's actually even impressive how much band-aid solution the AI can plaster over each other. When I read the code, sometimes I'm honestly impressed that it can handle this level of, complexity without giving up. I typically have to simplify the code a lot earlier than the AI does.
Unless you explicitly tell AI to rewrite the code with fix in mind, it won't do it.
Actually, this is a nice idea for a prompt, to rewrite the code with some in mind, yeah.
Mr. Chica says,
Well, if you're my wife, you have unlimited access to Husaband platform.
Nexus says,
Do you take concubines? You have tried making your own music with DAW, right, Math?
Years ago. But I was recently visiting my family, and one of my cousins in London, he's a composer, and he showed me his, music setup. Impressive stuff. And he showed me some, orchestral music that he composed. This sounds amazing.
Mr. Chica says,
Diox Nexus, if you didn't know, marriage is legally bind, so no binding, too easy.
Let me check Renoise.
Nexus says,
I thought it was just a handshake agreement.
Looks fun. It has a nice UI. I'm looking just at the UI. You can see the keyboard. Nice. This is nice.
Meister Chica says,
There are 6 signatures on paper.
Dex Nexus says,
I thought it was marriage between 2 people, not 6.
This is kind of nice. A nice visualization of, keyboard. A keyboard this time, not a musician's keyboard.
Meister
This is the
Chica
musician's
says,
keyboard.
Kiddo, you will learn when the time comes.
Dex Nexus says,
Unless it's music, I don't want to learn it.
Meister
Here,
Chica says,
Then you will be paying extra tax for rest of your life.
Deus Nexus says,
That actually is quite a nice visualization for MIDI keyboard, but with actual PC keyboard. You don't have to guess which key actually will make noise.
and I also like the shape because it used hexagons. Hexagons have this nice digital feel to them, like they have this sci-fi feel. And if you're not using actual musician's equipment, but an actual keyboard, giving it this sci-fi aesthetic, it's actually like normal keyboards are not as cool as, the piano keyboards. And I think this kind of brings some of the coolness to the computer keyboards.
I wish Serum 2 had it. CP Chica, if I get rich, I won't pay any taxes.
Meister Chica says,
Diox Nexus, not all code paths return value.
Deus Nexus says,
Some just brick the system. Hexagonal shape is the best one in nature. That's why bees use it.
Meister Chica says,
Hexagonal shape is made of 6 triangular shapes.
Um, What is the right way to do this? I think...
Also, where's the proof for hexagonal shape? Ants use more octagonal shaped tunnels.
This bit is tricky. I need to figure out how to do this. I will do this in a moment. Short break. Be right back.
Dios Nexus says,
Honeycombs. Bees create hexagonal cells to store honey and raise larvae, maximizing storage space while minimizing wax usage.
Okay. So the difficulty of this section is that there could be a timer already running. If there is a timer already running, then I don't want to fiddle with it. But if there is no timer running, I can just use a boolean, because this is the only function which schedules it. Yeah. To rotate the background because this is completely unreadable.
Meister Chica says,
I'm looking at my build systems build graph and I'm wondering why no conventional build systems even considered that as a feature. Because it makes determining missing steps so much easier.
Isn't this kind of crazy? Another thing are incremental, not incremental, like live rebuilds. Few systems have this, and it's so simple to implement. Once you have a build graph and list of files that you have to monitor, you just monitor those files and mark the node in the graph as dirty and recompute from there. True. Have you seen the presentation I did on build systems? Someone. I can send the link on Discord. If you start playing with your own build system, you realize how deficient CMake actually is. People who just use CMake, they say, oh, just use CMake, it's the simplest, it's the industry standard, but they never tried anything else, probably. CMake is just so bad. It's like...
all build systems already have some kind of graph stored somewhere. Like, just plug it in the graph viz and give an SCVGI.
Yeah, and the issues run deeper. So CMake is so weird because it's a build system for a programming language that uses a different programming language to program itself. So CMake could just be a set of C functions or a C interpreter that will build your system. And then you could write, the code that handles the build in C, and that would be perfect. That would be super extensible. I say C interpreter, not C compiler, because C can be also interpreted.
Nexus says,
Isn't it quite funny how the company that tracks you the most on your phone, Google, makes hardware that people use to install OS that completely or as best as it can restores your privacy.
Meister Chica says,
Maker's tool is not bad to say at least. Make script language being Turing complete makes absolutely no sense at all. At that point, make it be Lua, Python, or hell, even JavaScript.
Yeah, has so many edge cases, not edge cases, but weird behaviors. And there is also a systemic problem with CMake. It's that when people figure something out, they write about this online. So you have blog posts that explain, how to do different things. But the problem is they did it 20 years ago when their solutions made sense. Time has moved on, CMake improved, now you don't need those workarounds, but everybody still uses them. AI even uses them because it thinks they are still relevant today, because the documentation is obsolete. There is no good centralized documentation. The source of truth that tells you how to properly write CMake, no living handbook. For instance, Rust doesn't have this issue. Rust has a really nice, all of the modern languages, Go, Rust, Zig, they have a really nice books, kind of online documentation that's evolving as the language is evolving. I think we also need to start the timer actually, right? I think we can wait some ticks. Let's allow for up to 1 tick of waiting. Okay, so this is the only place where we are setting these to false.
Dice Nexus says,
What OS are you using, Malphos?
So far it's Gen 2. I hope to switch to Automat as my main operating system soon. I guess you could also argue that Emacs is an operating system.
Automat is your OS?
Hopefully, someday.
Meister Chica says,
As I said before, OS is not hard to define, but where it begins and ends is.
Yeah. If you have some hot swappable parts, it is kind of hard to define which are part of the OS or which are not.
Technically speaking, admin dashboard for website is OS best.
Yeah, this is mostly just semantics and, you know, how we use those words. Practically speaking, everything is just software that you use as an interface to your computer. Yeah, and split between OS and apps has little sense really then. Okay, so this is scheduling. So this is only executed if we have something in the buffer. If we cannot send, we make sure that the timer is scheduled. And we will be waken up eventually. We can send, we do send, and we release the semaphore. This is nonsense. This can be deleted. Oh. Oh. I need to create lots of mappings, I'm afraid. Oh, and here in this function, I think I should actually do this initially. So this will do the blocking. But blocking is kind of a last resort.
Ajax Nexus says,
You talked about that distro website. There is this one called Distro C that lets you see how each distro operates.
So they give you a tiny VM? Fascinating. Nice, web-based VNC. I do wonder how this works. This our Gen 2. Nice. Wow. That's a nice website, yeah.
Pretty cool, huh?
And it's legit. You can actually run different distros. Oh, that easy. Huh.
Now you can see which one you would like the most.
Okay, I think we need to do this using switch. Okay, so essentially, what I want to do here is I need to convert all of those Unicode characters, all of the ASCII characters essentially, into IBM keys. You kind of need an ASCII table, pretty much. And I need to work through this ASCII list. I'm not sure what this does. Oh, it strips the byte. Very, very strange. Maybe remove the initialization here. Yeah, I will need to do this twice so that the keyboard works. Space, yeah. I'll put this on the second screen. Next is exclamation.
I wonder if you could install some itch games on there, like Ultra Kill, and see how it handles it.
It has dual core, 240 megahertz CPU, so it's not bad. Nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, there it was. This one. I basically need to go through every key like that.
So you know how we had stuff like Google Stadia where companies tell you don't need your own hardware, might just rent it and buy it from them. Out of all cloud stuff like that, I think letting people use the cloud to test distros is probably the best thing you could do.
Gaming would also be nice. There was some nice tech behind Stadia. Like they had some very cool latency compensation ideas.
It sucked that you would need to pay full price for the game and pay subscription.
Yeah. Are at 6%. Lots of keys to go through. Yep. I'm just constantly looking at my keyboard to verify. That was actually wrong. There is a backspace ASCII. I think we covered the first row. You have tab already here, right? Yes. Actually, capital Q first.
Stadia controller looks pretty nice.
Yeah, I do have one, and it's my favorite. And it's, I wish they opened up firmware because you can switch to Bluetooth mode, but it would be nice if you could actually program this stuff. Like, there's a proper computer on the controller there.
You got it for free, 'cause you bought it. Google canned it, and you get refund.
Not for the controller. I think for the controller I did pay. I didn't get the refund for the controller. It's still usable. I still use it to play games. Like, I'm playing Red Dead Redemption with it.
I thought they refunded the hardware as well.
That's interesting.
It was shut down on January 18th, 2023, due to a lack of mainstream adoption, with Google refunding all hardware and game purchases.
Yeah.
Yes, Google fully refunded the purchase price for Stadia controllers, provided they were bought directly through the Google Store. Did you buy it from Google Store?
I did. Maybe I did get a refund for the controller. That's a sweet deal. Usually when companies fail, they do not refund, their hardware. Honestly, I would be even happier if they just gave out the keys to sign the firmware so that I can flash my custom firmware on this. It would be much nicer, because this idea of having a pad connect wirelessly directly to your Wi-Fi network, it's a bloody good idea. Why should a pad go through, computer if the game is played on the server? Okay, this is the top row. Top row complete.
Skip the middleman. Go directly to the source.
I should probably do this through some kind of lookup table. But lookup table...
So rather than cloud, PC, controller it's cloud PC for display, and cloud controller for controls.
Yeah. If you're playing on a PlayStation, for instance, like that's a couple milliseconds of latency. It's... the cooler feature that Stadia had, it had this speculative game execution, where it would execute game ahead of time. It would stream, the frames to you, but if you hit a key, it reverted the time within the game, and it executed it kind of branched the game execution from a different point. Cool stuff, really cool stuff. And people complained about this. I remember there was some people who said, I think it was even Gamer Nexus. He said something like that they play the game for you. It's like gaming for babies, something like that. It doesn't play the game for you. It's just, a clever algorithm.
I don't think my PC has Bluetooth capability. Have to play wired. So no latency, or at least very minimum. I said no such thing. XD.
I wonder, do I have const expr? So I could compute this table and avoid this, whatever. Switch is fine. Switch is fine. Apostrophe. I don't want comma now. Let's go left to right. Let's start with Z. Capital Z.
Steam Machine controller looks pretty nice too, with double touchpads by. No need for mouse.
It sounds nice indeed. Valve makes good hardware. I admit that.
It might be the controller. You buy it, and you are set of life.
My favorite controller is also made by Valve, but it's search.
Was it for the prototype Steam Machine?
This is my favorite. The amount of hardware that it has. So those pads here, they actually have, I was checking them, they have a set of capacitive sensors. So if you are gripping, the controller, it can tell how much your fingers are touching it. So if you lift a finger, it can detect that you lifted a finger. It also has a middle section. So even if you lift a finger in the middle of your hand, you can detect it. So you can, use it in VR to communicate with other people. Here you have a touch sensor. Even on buttons, the buttons have built-in touch sensors. So even before you press the button, the controller knows that you are touching the button, even though it wasn't pressed yet. And of course, those are VR controllers, so they have a very fine positional. So if you are waving them around, they can perfectly track, the space, their orientation and their movement through space as you move them around. Insane hardware, and you can strap them to your hand like this keyboard, so you can kind of release them and they still stay there. Such cool stuff.
That's insane.
Yeah, the only thing they do miss is maybe they do not have enough keys to emulate a gamepad. So if you want to emulate a gamepad, you really want... They also have a trigger. You cannot see there is a trigger on the other side. Of course, trigger also has capacitive detection and, you know, multiple levels of depress. They have some vibration models. Vibration models are meh, but it's not a big deal. And they are fairly easy to interface with. So when I connect with them, when I look at the HID reports on the, you know, they connect over Bluetooth, I think, or USB, I don't remember. But there is a way to talk with them from a PC. Valve makes really nice hardware. They really try to make innovative hardware, not just any hardware.
Meanwhile, you have chaps at Nintendo where you need to have a paid subscription to their service, so you can have a functional button for Switch 2.
Double check if we covered all of the ASCII. We have exclamation mark, I think, above 1. Digits, we have all of them. Yeah, I guess I will see if I missed some key.
Valve is innovating, and that's what sells. That's what Nintendo made great. So now Valve is modern Nintendo when it comes to hardware.
Yeah, they are. I agree with that.
I honestly thought your favorite controller was the inverted valve controller. From way back that has missing R stick.
Inverted control. Oh, yeah. I see. It's this stuff.
Yes.
Would be fairly ergonomic. I don't know. It's hard to say without touching it. Now knowing them, it's probably good. Okay, so part of the solution is done. We can map from Unicode code points to keyboard positions. Now I need to map from keyboard positions into usage page values. Let me find the docs.
Meister Chica says
I can't do this.
URL.
Different builds. I didn't know you can do this in Python. So this is how you kind of expand a list in place. Nice. Nice. This is how you provide hints in Python. I never seen how to do this. Start from the top. So here I can see in the
Doctors usually teach magisters, but magister in Latin means teacher. So today, I proved my title. Bought all.
Nice. What were you teaching?
You learned about in-place list expansion.
Ah. It's a nice trick. Python is full of cool surprises like that. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you're familiar with TCL. I was looking at this language recently, and it's not a super efficient language. It's a mind-bending language in a very interesting way. It's like you take shell, like bash, with, substitutions and commands, which are kind of evaluated left to right, split into tokens. And you get rid of all the noise, and you just squeeze the purest language you can out of this shell substitution. And this is TCL. It's such a minimal language. It works purely on text, but it's also kind of capable. It's like surprisingly capable. I think it's my favorite It's not a macro processing language, but I would say it's my favorite macro processing language. I still haven't finished learning it. And it's the programming nerds call this homoiconicity. So the fact that maybe I can go back. So if you have braces, right, that delimit a piece of code, this is actually not a piece of code. When you put a brace, you are starting a list. So this is just a list of strings and other lists. So when you are defining a procedure, you are calling the procedure command. You are giving it 2 strings and a list. And that list is a list of commands that will be executed. Switch has a list of cases here. The language is kind of cool.
It's language used to make TK, which is used make takinter for Python.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I saw it.
You can see the languages that it influenced. For instance, there is this dollar operator for variables. And the point of the dollar operator is that in TCL, to read a variable, you would normally need... Anyway, you would need something like this. I think this is how you read a variable. You just call set and the name of the command, name of the variable, and the set will just return the previous value to you. So this dollar syntax, the whole reason for the dollar is that it's a shorthand. You can also type $n and it's the same meaning as evaluate a subshell, a sub-TCL environment with the command set and argument n. The language doesn't really need the dollar syntax, but it's for convenience so that people do not go crazy.
Pirish in some old C and CP powers dollar is still protected keyword used to access global vars, coming from languages that use dollar as reference to the var tables.
Yeah. And some languages do this just for fun, like PHP. You don't really... There's no reason that this language uses dollar for variable names. It's just used the dollar because everybody else was using dollar, which is kind of silly. I think this is what we need. 400-page document. I need to find the page where key codes are described.
Kotlin's string concatenation also does that for fun. I've read the parser and Lexer implementation.
Here.
And most base thing is they disabled dollar, less string concat as convenience. You don't accidentally do string concat with local lambda name.
Okay, I think this is our usage page. Page 7. Let's check this. Yeah, usage page 7. So here we have a description of everything we could send from a keyboard to a PC. Maybe I have an idea. Maybe I could change my IBM key enum to match this. That would be nice. This is what I will do. Yeah, this is what I will do.
Imgen randomly syncom. Example, Kotlin, main and wide on column, varname in username.
AP 101. Oh, they even have tables that say whether the key is supported on different operating systems.
Earth Nexus says.
You know my ROM preservation website with 380 PB worth of games. That's shutting down this month.
This is really sad. I guess they have a torrent, right? Somewhere. Or a couple of torrents, probably.
Someone needs to download it all.
I just want to scroll through this. Oh, it's so nice. Primary and alternative.
Meister Chica says.
And have no idea from where it's coming from. And then 3 days later see that forgot to put $sign before open brace and string cocat so you get JIT in place lambda that returns fully qualified variable name. A variable you are trying to concat.
Yeah, so Kotlin, I guess, is a language for people. It's one of those featureful languages which has tons of syntactic sugar for everything. TCL has the only syntactic sugar in the language is this $sign. Everything else is just lists and strings.
Syntax sugar, you say? Lisp has 5 tokens at best.
Keyboard power. So there some keyboards, they support shutting down your PC. This is the key code. Keypad equals is only on macOS, and those free function keys are also only on macOS. Keyboard execute is Unix. Execute help many selects. What are those? I like that each key can be placed on a keyboard. So this is a manual for keyboard manufacturers, by the way. Like for people who write, or specifically for people who write firmware for keyboards. I like that near each possible key code that can be sent to the PC, there is an annotation that explains how this key is used typically. Keyboard clear. What are those? Keypad double O, keypad triple O. Wow.
Diox Nexus says
Glossary?
A specification for a protocol called HID. This is what all hardware is using. Like all computer accessories are using this. Oh, those are interesting key codes. So I have extra values for the modifiers. DV, what is DV? Usage type. Okay. Let's go alphabetically, apparently. You do not trust AI with those things. combine all of the keys. It will be easier this way. B. Where is B? No. Okay, and Z should be 1D. It is. Now we have numbers from 1 to 0. Zero should be 27. It is. Cool. Then we have enter. Escape, backspace. Okay, this is the one that goes back. Why do they call this delete? Tab row. Next. Zero, 3, 1. That's correct. Okay, that's note 5, footnote 5. What is this key? Maybe it's backtick. I don't see backtick anywhere else. It must be this one. Is going to be semicolon apostrophe. Okay. Backtick is actually here. Did I what? finished with caps lock. Next we have the function keys finally. Yeah. The ending with 45. Oh, and then we have print screen, scroll lock, and pause. Insert home page up. Amazing. Then delete for C and for D. Page down for E. Cool. Then arrows, right, left. Down, up. Okay, and then some special variables like shifts and so on. Start with left control. Control, left shift, Alt, super, Control, shift.
Digimon says,
Making your what?
Yeah, and I think it's almost done. It's hard to call this a keyboard, but it is. Zero E7. Okay, looks good. Looks good. So now, because I defined all of those IBM keys here, and they match the USB, like USB HID standard, I do not need any more switches. I can just use them directly. And basically just take the key and cast it to an uint8, and this is the key code. Maybe I shouldn't call this IBM key, maybe I should call this HID key. That would be a better name. Can I rename this? I know this key, this special key 32. It's only present on some keyboards. My keyboard just doesn't have it. Whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, time to flash this. I think I had some console where I can flash this on the keyboard. Let's see if I can still type. Okay, compilation issues. So hard to type with this cable. Okay, so this is just flashing my keyboard right now. I should probably switch to some notepad. It's a safer environment. Ah, of course. Yeah. There's a problem. I'm not sending the key up report ever. So I can swap the keys. Okay, time to switch this off. So this is doing send report with the key, and I think right after that I should send another release report that I should also send. Okay, switching back to Notepad. Okay. Evaluation works. And can I start SSH? How is Wi-Fi? It's running? Yeah. We are connected. And I think we should no longer have any shift mistyping now, because there is no coalescing at all. I should be able to start something like some heavy command that writes a lot, like top. I haven't rebooted my router in quite a few months. Okay, I can just leave this and it should not make any more mistakes. But it's not typing at the full 800 words per minute yet. It's only 400. This is because when it types a key, when it types a sequence of keys, it presses one key, then releases it, then presses the next one, then releases it, then presses the next one. The trick to fast typing is to press the next key in the same input report as the previous press. So you basically do not send any release reports unless you limit them. Yeah, but I think it confirms that it's fairly stable. I can Ctrl-C, the top command. That will print the stats for my PC, finally. It's going to be twice as fast once I'm done. Something went wrong here. I will fix this somehow. Okay, there was a mistake here because it was probably desynced with the text buffer. I delete this. Yeah. Listening issues are separate. Should be SSH disconnected. Whatever. I think the basic command sending now works. Now I just need to implement this coalescing. So coalescing means that if I have a couple reports one after another, I want to be able to pack multiple keys into a single report if possible. This is going to be part of the send report function. This. Let me just check one more thing. I'm actually wondering, just do this in the silly way. I can just walk through the list. Or it's different. With the report. Hi. I'm wondering whether I want to put this logic in this class as a method. Maybe here. I think it will be slightly safer to put this here. Or not. I'm actually thinking that it would be interesting if I could stuff more than one key in a single report. It's probably dangerous. I mean, it would be typing way faster than any human can. Way.
Dice Nexus says,
What are your thoughts about secure boot? This Linux dude said that it's pretty bad cause Windows is the only one that verify it.
You can have secure boot. That's not a hard thing to do. I don't know how mainstream operating systems, whether do sign their bootloaders, but you can totally have a bootloader that verifies the kernel before it loads. Linux absolutely supports it. Linux is very good in this aspect. Android has secure boot. Apple devices have some sort of secure boot. I don't know if they have the capital letters secure boot, but they have something similar.
Meister Chica says,
Linux was first one implement it actually why.
Yeah. It's a nice thing. It protects your device when it's powered off. Nobody can mess with it.
Hexsec fails if kernel hashes mismatch bytes.
Yeah. So we need to provide a hash. This is probably also integrity and security. It's in one elegant mechanism to handle both.
Dice Nexus says,
You can disable secure boot and use any OS you want, right?
Most of the time. This disabling may sometimes be... sometimes when you disable secure boot, it wipes your hard drive. So you lose the access to all of the files that were stored. So there is this downside of disabling secure boot. But yeah, you can do it.
Can you disable secure boot without having SSD installed?
Yeah, but the wiping works not by erasing the data from the SSD. It wipes the data because it clears the encryption keys. So the data is kind of still there, but the encryption keys to decrypt the data, they can only be derived while the secure boot has a chain of trust to the CPU, kind of. The CPU actually includes the root of trust.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
You can also keep your drive unencrypted, and then clearing the secure boot doesn't erase the data if your drive is not encrypted. But then your files are not protected. And the point of this feature is to prevent somebody from stealing your device and extracting your data or installing any malware. So if you're at an airport and security takes your phone for a minute, they could theoretically install stuff there. But if you turn your device off, then there is nothing they can do. They would wipe all of your data, and then you would see that something bad has happened.
So it's like ransomware brought to... Linux has encrypted disk on default mostly, and you don't need secure boot for that?
If you have disk encryption, you can actually connect the encryption keys of the disk to the secure boot feature, and this is how you get this data wiping property. It is actually desired, it's not a bad thing. This is like the whole point. The whole point is to clear your drive.
Meister Chica says,
NSA open up.
There's this XKCD about security. You probably... this one. In practice, this is how it works.
Nexus says,
Well, humans are the weakest link.
Indeed.
Social engineering exists for a reason.
Meister Chica says, you are... URL.
Are those recent? What is the most recent one? Fairly recent. Be right back. So, I'm back. All of this is such an insane stuff. It's crazy scary how large and old is the universe.
You know that given current understanding of universe Big Bang could still theoretically be occurring.
And that we all could be living inside a huge black hole, yeah. The math checks out. This is fascinating. Like, one of the very weird, unintuitive things about stars is that they are very, not particularly dense. Like, apparently, sun, if you put sun on water, the sun has a lower density than water, okay. If you put it on water, it wouldn't float. It's too large to float. But it has a lower density than water, average density at least.
Diax Nexus says.
Unless it's neutron star.
Meister Chica says.
Then we get consumed by big black hole and bigger black hole, while recursive cycle recursively repeats itself.
Yeah. If I understand correctly, those little red dots were just insanely massive stars. Like, absolutely crazy large. But they still maintained enough pressure to stay this large. Despite the insane gravity.
Diax
Actually-
Nexus says.
Or white dwarf.
Not gravity, the pressure at the center. The gravity at the center is actually 0. But the pressure is far from 0. Mission line. Okay, this is hydrogen.
Meister Chica says,
We observe the universe being about 13.8 billion years, but Jedis and Yodas might observe it as 5 trillion.
Alex Nexus says,
We don't know what happens inside black holes. The time and space get swapped and math spits out infinity.
Yeah. Extremely compact. Only 2% of the radius of the Milky Way.
Meister Chica says,
Have you heard about Hubble sphere paradox?
Check the AI answer. Olber's paradox. This is... Yeah, makes sense. Mathematical proofs have also this... I mean, it talks about static universe. Oh, yeah.
Alex Nexus says,
Sure, but the distances are too vast.
Yeah, mathematics talks about infinities. Real life rarely really has any sort of infinities. There are all sorts of funny mathematical proofs. Like, one of the things in neural networks, there was this paper in 90s or 90s, I think, which proved that a neural network with a single hidden layer is a universal approximator, and it can approximate any function. And many people took it literally and decided that, okay, so a single hidden layer is enough. We do not have to build any different kinds of neural networks.
There are stars that have been born, lived and died, and their light hasn't even reached us.
True. Absolutely. Maybe even most most of the stars. I mean, the ones from galaxies far away, which we cannot really see those stars directly. Like even galaxies are so faint. But a large chunk of them are dead.
Could be solution to Fermi paradox. Also, the light gets stretched out over time with red shift that starts going beyond visible light.
Insane stuff.
So in conclusion, the sky could not be illuminated like daytime because vast distances and red shift.
Yeah, but the paradox, it talks about static universe where there is no redshift.
Meister Chica says.
Redshift is problem of observation point 28.
IS Nexus says.
Correct me if I am wrong, but errant paradox is just a thing that just shows how somewhere logic went wrong.
Paradoxes is where you have contradiction in general. Apparent contradiction.
Meister Chica says.
No paradox is edge case in logic.
If buffer is empty, I will update this. I think I need to return here.
Say a user provides no existent option for log level in the config, and application interprets it as ignore God2.
It's too bright. I think...
Logically, it should be set to fatal. But also, it is logically correct to interpret it as ignore. Logic is not flawed anywhere, but both paths contradict one another.
I see. At first sight, it sounded like you actually encountered this issue yourself.
I might have. And everyone did. That's why unit tests are nice sometimes.
I could put an assertion here, but it's probably a bad idea to put assertions in embedded hardware. Maybe I will just put an if condition. If at this point is timer scheduled. This must be true.
In embedded int x,
Void.
0 is valid code B to UTUA.
Okay, my keyboard is crashing now for some reason. I think I still have log connected. I remember this problem. This was related to... What is reason 2? What is this? I know this one. This one is... about negotiation of GATT characteristics. Okay, maybe it just didn't print everything. Anyway. It works now.
Dalek's Nexus says,
CP Chica, redshift is a valid physical measurement of relative motion or space expansion, observed from a specific viewpoint, rather than an error in observation.
Okay, a simple fix is to just call wake up, but if my understanding of any of this code is correct, this should never happen. So but it's hard to see. and the proof is not so easy. The proof actually assumes that the timer, this wake up, runs on the same core as this. So there is an implicit mutex between them. So they are always serialized, those two functions. Except the semaphore. Semaphore can mess them up. But it still should work.
CBR. It's the static of the old TV. The light from it got red shifted all the way down the spectrum.
I think microwaves are slightly higher energy than TV waves. I'm not sure. I don't know what
Turn from lights
frequency.
to microwaves due to redshift.
Yeah. Do microwaves use the same frequency as TV? I guess they do. At least similar.
I watched a video about how microwaves cook food well.
And boot loop again.
So there will be always uneven cook spots because not everything has required chemistry that interacts with microwaves and makes them move, which generates heat and cooks it.
Okay, and wake up has no points where it can be stopped. I will do one more thing. Or maybe not. Maybe not. I wanted to print the characters for debugging, but I don't think this... If it all works out nicely, maybe we don't need this. Ctrl C. And let's flash this. And time to switch to Notepad. This is the perfect sandbox for a keyboard. Keyboard can do very little nasty things when it's in Notepad. Okay, this works. Time for SSH.
So microwaves can't really melt ice.
Okay, it is showing semicolon. I think the keyboard lost SSH connection. Not sure. Okay, this is definitely not SSH right now. Okay, just typing SSH and hitting enter produces a strange result. It produces actually didn't see what it produces. Definitely have this issue with semicolon. It was working before. Okay, there is one more thing I need to check when coalescing. I actually think I know what it is. It only typed one S, and then it forgot to type capital letters for H and this one. We see no messages about coalescing issue, so that's good. It's a bigger issue.
What would happen if there was no vacuum and instead everything was filled with air? Well, for starters, we probably wouldn't be alive and Earth would not be habitable, because Venus, who is the second planet closest to the Sun, has the hottest temperature in solar system, just 'cause it has atmosphere.
Okay, this coalescing that I'm doing, it is so wrong. So I am sending, when I'm sending capital SSH, I am sending one report for capital S, Shift S, then release, and another for. And I think I'm releasing all of the keys. So the shift is not being kept down. Anyway, so this release report is being queued, is being buffered for later send. But then I'm typing another S. So
Also, black holes would get larger and larger, 'cause they would keep sucking in the air, which is still matter contributing to its mass.
I think I need to track the state of the keys.
Also, there would be very big planet drag. Solar wind would cause chaos too, cause it can strip planets of atmosphere, creating vacuum which would make air around it rush in to fill it. So it would not be looking good. Also the noise. Thankfully we got vacuum, which is very good for insulating noise.
I think wake up is the implementation detail. I think send report should handle all the tricky logic. Or maybe
You are.
I don't think we need this line.
I would just say, nope.
What is that? Actually, I will use the buffer here. Okay, this change, it should fix the lack of double S when connecting to SSH. Okay, double letters do not seem to work. Actually, yeah, I can just disable Wi-Fi. It's going to be much better for debugging. Yeah, repeated key presses is connected with one N. Okay. Let me think through what's happening. I'm sending the S report down. It's sent immediately. It records the time. Then I'm sending the release report. It cannot be sent immediately.
If dark matter is actual matter that interacts not even with itself, that probably is the loneliest existence in the universe.
It's still a big mystery.
Many ideas on what it is.
Sorry, yeah, I need to think through something. So I'm sending S down, then S up. S up. Buffers the release and calls wake up, which schedules a timer. Then I'm sending another S down. Okay, so I cannot update the is pressed here. I actually need to update it after it is sent out. I actually do not need this is pressed. Or no, I do. I do. I will just keep this as sent. It's much better.
What? Holy shit.
What's up?
I just realized that today is Monday. I thought it was Sunday.
Yeah, I guess makes a difference. So where should you be right now? I mean, feel free to kind of run to wherever you have inflate. In UK, it's probably 2 PM right now.
It's so strange that it didn't click for me. I mean, you are streaming. someone else I know started streaming, which I found odd. Yay, 'cause it's Monday. Indeed.
Okay. I think that should be enough. Reflash. The issue only happens when I type automatically, because when I type manually, I type so slow that the hardware just always sends the event out. Only when it tries to squeeze the events, to compress the event sequence, only then the issue happens. Okay, let's fire this up. Yes! So the result of the change that I just did is that the keyboard now types twice as fast. It's using this 800 words per minute typing right now. Should be able to start Wi-Fi now. I mean hotspot. I probably need to type some new lines. H. Come on. Should connect. Oh, it lost the connection to my PC. I see. What is this? Why do I have semicolon now? Pop is the best command for testing the keyboard speed because it keeps refreshing.
Are you going to go to this website that tests how fast you can type per minute?
I could. I'm not super fast. And what do I want here? I want... I'm looking for more errors. It seems basic command line works. Using editors is kind of crappy. Let me fire up Emacs again. Okay, I guess time to disconnect. I think I can test most of the errors without connecting to SSH. Just need to look for errors in those messages here. I don't know why it didn't revert the SSH properly. Now it did. Anyway, be right back. have a cool idea. I think I will go to one of those websites that test typing speed. Just for fun, for measurement. Something like monkey type. Okay, I guess I could try myself at it, but I can also try doing this here. So, what do we want? We want invoke this just so that I can see whether it works. Okay, it seems to work. What? Missing quote? Okay, I need to start from scratch. Maybe fewer words. Okay, now I should be able to execute it from here. Execute it like that. 795 words per minute. And it wasn't 800 because we had repeated letter, like LL, double L. When we have a repeated letter, we cannot compress reports, and we drop down to like 400 words per minute. It's working exactly according to spec. Do we have any other issues? I wanted to test this a couple more times. I type SSH, enter, and I get this. It's not deleting the previous 3 characters. And buffer. I can write SSH. So this is what my keyboard thinks how the text editor looks. When now I execute this, I get this noise. Yeah. I need to change how those messages work, because they are, I think, messing up quite a bit. I want to check one more thing. If I delete those messages, I should end up with an completely empty buffer. Not empty, now it has SSH. Now if I rub this, now it deletes it properly. Okay, we had a temporary Bluetooth issue again. I thought I fixed them. Well, okay, there is one more thing I wanted to try. It's crazy, and it totally shouldn't work, but who knows? Who knows? I think it might be possible to actually remove this requirement, and that would increase the number of words per minute to 6 times, from 800 to 4800. I just need to verify whether it's doable. Okay, I will basically remove this. Okay, so if we cannot really press the same key multiple times. And I also think if modifiers are different, we also cannot coalesce. Actually, I'm not sure this is true. Actually, for modifiers, the time of press does not matter.
Meister Chica says,
Show me mo. is kinda underrated, TBH.
Okay, this is rambling. Is it some open source model? It's an LLM, I guess.
URL.
So it's some new technique, right? It's a model that demonstrates a new technique, if I understand correctly. I made some kind of mathematical benchmark. I'm not sure there is a big agreement on this. I actually think the opposite could be true. Like the reasoning capabilities, it seems like they are kind of similar across problems. This is the reason that the LLMs are so good, because they can transfer experience from one domain to another. They mentioned post and pre-training. Those are fairly new terms. Pre-training used to just be called unsupervised training, and post-training is reinforcement fine-tuning, or like preference optimization. Nice. I guess they are just generating the training set themselves. The only problem with those models that generate their own training set is that those synthetic training sets are they are full of biases, not biases, very specific ways of phrasing problems. They're not as general, I mean. Yeah. Super cool. It's always nice to see a nice open source model. Maybe not fully open source, but open weights. Multidimensional data filtering, this is just nonsense. It's a made-up term.
It's funny how guys who used to collaborate with others are now the first ones to reach out. Used to refuse. And guys who were first ones to reach out are not first one to refuse to collaborate. China and USA kind of swapped roles in tech world.
True. Very interesting. I feel like the real improvements are in the last point. So the innovation is that instead of putting the doing the logical fine-tuning just in the post-training, they also have more synthetic pre-training cases. Still nice, still nice.
In just waiting for Mistral to drop the bomb in AI world to turn everything around.
Yeah. I guess people are working on cool new things, it's just they are not publishing them. Like the only stuff that gets published is, you know, this kind of stuff. It's nice, but doesn't really change much. How does it do in benchmarks? Is it at least scoring well? Okay. those are. Those benchmarks are very easy to kind of cheat around. You can just basically leak some data into your training set and you can get 200% here.
It can one-shot reinforced topological sort.
It's Stack Overflow can one-shot it again as well. Mimo, let's look for Mimo. It's good. It's very good. Wow. Is it really an 8 billion parameter model? Okay, maybe not so great. Oh, yeah, it's not so great actually.
Sonnet 4.6 fails to recognize reinforced topological sort.
What is reinforced topological sort? I love topological sort. I think this is the most useful algorithm to know. Reinforcement learning? I really don't know what this means. Okay, so what I did here, this is mostly an experiment. If it works, the keyboard should type 6 times faster. So not 800, but 4,800 words per minute. Okay, I need to add another rule which will prevent coalescing, but I don't see any reordering of characters.
There is also constrained, revalidated, and weighted topological sort TRC.
Weighted? Yeah, I can imagine what it means. Revalidated? Not really. Those are probably just, somebody trying to describe a much complex requirement, much complex algorithm in just one word. And okay, another requirement for can't coalesce. If this works, it's going to be pretty crazy. This keyboard is going to then use the full HID report, all 6 bytes, to type as fast as possible.
Revalidated is data into sort, into list, into graph, into sort.
So you sort a graph into a list, and I guess then you insert additional dependency edges before you turn this back into a graph. Make sure you do not have cycles or something like that. I'm not sure. What's the point of revalidation? Okay. This coalescing, it seems like it kind of works, except it messes up the shift key.
I think revalidation removes possibility of having unescapable cycles in graph. And what is happening here? I was probably hitting backspace, 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 backspace. You know what, I will print the reports that I am sending into the console, just for fun. I took a second-look sorting graph into a list, and then making it a graph again made no sense for a minute. Then I remembered that sets usually do not behave well when you need to reconstruct the graph.
Now this.
So basically, revalidated topological sort just ensures that nodes are unique.
It's probably super use case specific thing. It sounds like that. Okay, looks good. What's the issue? What is the error? Let me the error. Okay, we cannot do using enum. Ah. Annoying, but whatever.
On the second thought, if you have data structure that stores its own dependencies, assuming storage of data as list vector, would that mean that revalidated topological sort is just graph construction from list and sorting with Kahn's algorithm?
I do not know the Kahn's algorithm. I'm not sure if revalidated topological sort is something that's worth its own term, really. Okay, flashed. So now I can see what reports you are sending. So S produces this, send report, no modifiers, letter S, and then nothing. S, H. And now the tricky one. Now we are going to see a storm of reports. I'm actually interested in what happens at the very start. We are sending home then delete, release, maybe but okay, I guess I can read this. Delete, delete, and the third delete. So we are deleting SSH. But this is lowercase s. Releasing another S, this time capital S. This is fascinating. I think we made a mistake. Here. I think this is what we need. Okay, time to upload this again. Yeah, it's fine. It seems it's working. I can squeeze multiple key events into a single report. I guess this is OS specific. I just don't think Windows will be able to handle this. So this is our SSH. Right. Now I can evaluate it. Wow. But it didn't actually send multiple letters in a single report. So it sent this con, then released n, repressed n, connected. And then end at the end. What is happening here? It's not doing what I wanted it to do. This connected, this should really be squeezed into a single report. For some debug logs. flash the new firmware. So I'm actually not sure if this will work. We have not been activating the funny super fast typing. Not yet. Okay, this looked kind of nice. So this is me typing SSH. Then I hit enter. So what happened? It went home. Delete, delete, delete. It deleted 3 characters. Must be released first. Perfect. It's under release. S. This is the second S. H. It says can't coalesce a release of all keys. I see, I see. I think there is a better way to test it. Find send key. I just want to test if this will work. Okay, let's try Q. Wow, it actually types all of the keys at once. It does work. And it's bloody fast. It's instant. Okay, now I need to get this to work. Super nice. And how about shift? Oh. Whoa, whoa. Let me change the order, just to be sure. Because maybe the OS just processes those keys alphabetically or something like that.
Deluxe Nexus says,
I'm trying out some Linux distros with that website.
He's working. Wow. So how is it looking? Any nice ones? Yeah, I have a different idea for tracking the event. I will get rid of send.
Debian 13 Series Standard was stuck on license splash screen.
Debian is still the most stable. If you just want to leave the computer alone, if you want to fire up your computer, leave for 5 years and then come back, in Debian it's still going to work. And you will probably not even have any critical security updates after this time, because they only add new software if it was already battle tested for some time.
It's like an iPad. Not really liking the feel.
And I just established that 800 words per minute. This is peanuts. This is going to be 4,800 words per minute once we're done. I just need to change the way I track the keys.
I tried Bazite. I quite it.
This is mostly just desktop environment. If you're playing with OS, you can customize it, however you want. It's not like you have to use the desktop environment that the operating system provides, like maybe not most people, that I guess half, like nearly half of the users of Linux swap something different. I will not use buffered anymore. I will construct buffered at the last second. Or not. I need to change how I pretty much everything. operator. I think I will get rid of send report completely and have those two copies, one for pressing a key and one for releasing a key. That's fine. always be 1. This for loop is unnecessary. Always pressing a key here. Okay, I think I can remove this completely, and that should fix the blocking. Okay, I actually need to keep this buffered. Key report. In this we are already checking here. Okay. Now I need to write the release function, which is probably going to look very similar. Okay, so I'm marking that this key should be released. I do not need to do anything with modifiers, they should be at 0. We do not do anything here. Just call wake. Not sure if I want to release a key, but it's already marked for release. I guess it can be coalesced. Okay. This doesn't make sense. Okay, that should work. Where are the errors? Here. Ah, I'm already sending this. Okay, totally new algorithm. This one should be able to type really fast. Okay, let's try. SH. Oh. It's not fast. Still not fast. I'm thinking it's wrong somewhere. It is typing. Things are being typed correctly, but they are not being typed as fast as I would like them to be. Maybe I should just inline both of them, both of those into one. How to arrange this? I need some better bookkeeping system. Yeah, it doesn't work because I, when I have two key presses, I can press and release. The release cannot really be sent right away. Need blocks. I'm not getting any more presses. I want a little bit of blocking. This is good. This is very good. This provides back pressure in the system, so I'm not emitting too many keys at once. I think I will clear those. I think they are basically redundant. I will add functions for this. No, actually not. At least buffer to press. I do not need buffer to press. Interesting constants. They don't seem to be used anywhere. And this time is unnecessary, and this time is unnecessary. This clearing is unnecessary as well. Yeah, this really is going to be tricky. I think I need to combine press and release.
Anita says,
Hey there. Got quite a bit of work, so mainly gonna lurk.
Hey. Press.
Also, in regards to TTS, Finorio Voice is pretty good.
I will take a note. Let me check this out.
Don't know if they have an API though. Been trying to integrate it into my API server.
In context. This is interesting.
I think people online have actually assembled videos showing every launch, and it just gets like crazy fast as you get to 2023.
Sounds impressive.
Yeah, so we've done a 19.3 flight. We're now qualifying Falcon 9 to be able to do 40 flights in the quest for sustainable energy.
Got both zero-shot cloning and instruct-based adjusting of voices.
I'm so happy I got to do this. I really wanted to work with Tom Hooper. I know that he records live and he films and records your vocals live. It's such an interesting thing to me, and I wanted to see him work.
Maintaining your ability to learn translates into increased marketability, improved career options, and higher salaries. Incorporating physics.
However, surface effects become dominant as the
Cozy Voice は全面的なアップグレードを迎え、より正確で Cozy Voice가 전면 업그레이드를 맞이하여 더 정확하고 더 안정적이며 더
Nice. The voice is very high quality. The only thing is, does it work in real time? Like real time given like a GPU?
Actually, ain't gonna lie. Didn't do time tests on original Python codebase. My exported ones were too long plus ownx in Node. Doesn't allow GPU acceleration, so been changing it.
I see you're deeper into this than I am. I just, whenever I integrate this TTS, I typically ask just AI to do the integration for me. I do lock it, though, in some virtual env so that it doesn't mess up my system.
Nexus says,
Well, I turned off the Linux distro I was using on that website. God.
Meister Chica says,
Any more meetings I have to attend today?
Onit says,
I've been asking AI to help with it too, cause there's a lot of knowledge needed that I am way out of spec. Well, if my TTS API server will work, it'll let you know. Don't mind sharing code bases.
Nice, yeah. I can also share my library of funny voices. Like the Baldur's Gate ones. Or the orc, the default, I think it's from Warcraft, right? Don't remember.
Nexus says,
Let's try Ubuntu.
Honestly, those the problems with Ubuntu, you will not really see them if you just fire up a desktop. The problems are in the package management. It's that it's kind of messy. It's using snap and apt and, you know, mixing stuff up.
Onit says,
CP Chica meetings. I just had a work meeting about integrating AI into our software because clients wanted it. FML. Gave all kinds of excuses as I could think of as to why we shouldn't do it.
Meister Chica says,
Aren't your clients are not developers in your company, I assume.
Arniet says,
No, they are not, thank God. I have enough of AI and calling them Muppets on my own time. Don't need another AI to call a Muppet. And you, meeting in 30 min. Gotta prepare for it. I feel like I got more time in meetings than actual coding.
Nexus says.
Is Debian and Bazite related? 'Cause they look and feel basically the same.
To be honest, I didn't hear about Bazite before. Okay. is a new plan. I am buffering key presses in this vector. I am buffering key releases in this vector here. In this array here. I send the key press vector. I am clearing all keys that have not been pressed. And if there is any release scheduled still, I am scheduling another wake up. Is the size of semaphore? 4 bytes. I wanted to have a lot of them. Like 1 kilobyte of semaphores. I should give semaphore in both cases. It's very minimal, but I think this should be enough. The code is getting shorter and shorter somehow. I think this could work. Let's see. Somehow we are not sending the release now. Time to turn this off. Wake up. This rescheduling should do the release. Why is it not happening? probably should not give away this semaphore. I think I should. Because if I send anything out, I want this code to wake up and try again. What else do we have besides semaphores? Yeah. I need to give here. I need to give in both cases. And the fix is to remove this check here. Wake up is not going to be idempotent anymore. It's even less code now. I think this should help. Okay. Something happened. If send following reports. Home. Delete without releasing the delete even once. Okay, so this is wrong. This is very wrong. I think this is not so happy path anymore. I think we still need to check for some properties. I will log more stuff to see what's going on. Okay. Nothing crazy happened, but this is good. This is fast typing. We wanted fast typing. I think this is where I pressed enter, like evaluate. So it typed home, the path for home, good. Okay.
Did you know that there are such things as hummingbird moths? They look incredibly interesting.
Oh, so cute. Whoa.
It's a crossbreed.
It's fascinating. It also looks, it seems large, this creature. I'm not sure I like that.
It looks exactly how you would expect it to look.
this is a fairly elaborate dance between two pieces of code. So if we want to press a key, but we cannot, for whatever reason, we block until a message is sent. And after the message is sent, we still haven't released the key, then we will just block again. I think this could be some kind of loop here. But this loop will execute only once, so there is no point creating a loop. I can just duplicate the body here. Okay. Another test. Oops, sorry. SSH, let's go. That was fast. Shift looks correct. No dropped letters. Actually, there are some dropped letters.
Meister Chica says,
Did Chatterino fix itself?
What is happening here?
I will take that as yes.
It's typing much faster now. So we are sending left arrow. And then left key hits the happy path again, which is wrong. This happy path is kind of wrong. I can just remove it. Yeah, I will just remove the happy path. The code is getting even shorter now. we left E here, this H. It's very good. The initial connected printing was wrong. So I typed my SSH manually here, those are those commands, and then I hit a key, and it's doing the following. Pressing the home. Okay, something is still wrong. We sent 2 delete without a clean report in between. Okay, so there is scheduling a release of 1 keys. So we get a free buffer, totally empty buffer. Then we are adding to this buffer a delete, I suppose. To coalescing. Maybe I should mention it here. I just hope this issue is reproducible. Okay, it is reproducible. task notifications. This is kind of what I want, actually. Maybe I will switch to those notifications. Let me walk through the issue. It pressed home, and it immediately rescheduled itself to send the button release. Cool. And then I squeezed a delete into this next event. This is this delete. I also marked that I also want to release this delete. Cool. And in the next delete, there were three deletes that need to be pressed. The next one, it says that it must be released first. It says waiting until buffer is free. And then waiting again. Needs to be released first. Pretty much that. A very predictable error with this trailing edge. it's good, it's consistent at least. This is very nice. So this is me typing there should be H here. I don't know. I'm thinking of a funny usage of do while. This is very non-standard code. I think we also need to break here. Maybe I can do this with labels. This code is really getting shorter and shorter. Okay. Go. Perfect. No, that doesn't leave H anymore. And I guess it types fast. No, it doesn't. H. Some spaghetti. Maybe I should move this. Go to spaghetti. It's not making errors because it stopped connecting the keys together. It's not sending multiple keys in a single report anymore. Yeah, now it's better. Okay, time for a heavier test. fire up a hotspot and actually connect to SSH. And let's try pop.
Put a disclaimer in AUTOMAT. Read me. Residents of any countries, states, or territories that require age verification for operating systems are not authorized to use, download, or redistribute AUTOMAT, or license even better.
I think you missed the discussion of this age verification this morning. I am not against it, not at all. Made some mistakes, probably because terminal was too narrow. We try clearing it.
Neither am I, but am more concerned by California being the one pushing it first.
Okay, time to measure how fast I can type now. To disconnect. I mean, not how fast I can type, how fast the keyboard can type. Don't type this.
Arnif says,
Honestly, I am up for it. Since the whole plan is to move, who has to deal with age verification?
I look at this completely differently. For me, it's not about age verification really, but it's about identifying.
Instead of having each app having its own age verification, we are saying we'll deal with it. Apps will just pick that info.
So this is the big test. How fast can I type? Words per minute. Infinite. Infinite. Nice. So previously we achieved 800, almost 800 words per minute. And we didn't have any repeated letters here, so I think for this text, the actual typing speed should have been 4,800 words per minute. Yeah, this age verification bill, I think it's good, not because we need to distinguish adults from children on the internet, but because we need to distinguish bots from real people on the internet. And this bill will make it a lot easier. So websites will be able to get this, this proof, which is actually connected to some real world identity, your ID or something like that. It's going to be fairly good for the internet in general, like social media. Yeah, like Facebook is going to be able to verify who runs bot farms, because those bots are not going to be verified as real adult people. So they will be writing as as children online. And that's pretty good. That's great. I think we need longer text. I think this is because this typing time was like 1/3 of a second. Oh, actually we have a typing time. How long was this? 6, 7, 49.
Meister Chica says.
So children bots.
Arnie says.
CP Chica. I mean, tell me what's the difference? Honestly, I've met nicer bots than children.
Divided by 0.
Meister Chica says.
Kid wanted to play Minecraft and clicked the link and lost its Microsoft account.
Oh, 2000 words per minute. Apparently.
Bot can't click the link. Kid can.
Arnie says.
Depends on the bot. If it has an AI with graphical processing, it can try.
But isn't the whole point to actually hook this up to some like government ID? It's not that you fire up computer, you can type I'm adult, enter, continue, and that's it. That would be silly. It's no different than current age verification. Oh yes, it didn't achieve the full speed because it was full of short words. So we can send 6 characters at a time, but the space prevents that. So we can only send this much, then we have to release the space, and then we can continue.
I haven't read if there are any changes to it, but initially the bill didn't specify. I think it was all right as long as you have a DOB box XD.
So typing speed. So this is our test. First input report contain only the letter L, and this is because this is just how the protocol works. I'm sending the report as soon as I can. RG space B. And then we cannot send A because this needs to be released. We need to send a clear report. And then we can continue. Blah, blah, blah. And then we cannot coalesce letter C because it must be released.
Meister Chica says,
In more untrusted towards the governments that are unable to provision FIDO, capable ID.
There was a project to embed something like this in Poland, but it was scrapped. It was unfortunate. It would have been so nice. It would basically eliminate any online accounts. Instead of having an online account, you would just use your ID or something like that. Ooh, this is working. I can move some things to increase the readability maybe. Just have to skip the first take here. Maybe it's actually not that bad.
Arniet says,
I would say a lot of it is because governments are old or out of touch. So UK made a special system for you people to prove that they are in the country legally, whether they can work rented. 4 years after making it, they realized that if they improve it, they can actually apply the same thing to all people with visas. Took them 4 years instead of doing right away.
Meister Chica says,
We have allo of these FIDO 2, UAOFOHCP, OpenETP 3, yet somehow cards are capped on smart card capabilities.
You do have some certificate inside your passport. I think most passports are now digital. But those digital passports are... they can be copied fairly easily. They are not really that robust, unfortunately.
Arniet says,
It is also done very good, where you provide a temporary code to access information about you. And you could also control what you allow Gem to see. And guess what? For age verification, you still need an ID in UK as far as I know.
Meister Chica says,
Doesn't that certificate use smart card protocol?
Not sure. I was looking at this and there is just some NFC blob that you can read and it just contains the X509, this funny encoded certificate, this binary encoding. Okay, there are some bugs still, like 2 bugs I need to fix, but those are bugs for another day. I think I will get back to Automat possibly on Wednesday. Actually, we will see.
So it's smart card protocol under the hood.
I know there are 2 ways to have certificates in your passport. There is one which involves an active challenge response, and there is one which involves just reading passively stored data. And unfortunately, my passport has this passive version. It's not a proper, crypto key, insecure hardware. Unfortunately not.
I will see my children married before we have Fido on document.
Anya says,
God, I wonder now what my does. Though it's a Lithuanian passport, so I am not expecting anything good.
Meister Chica says,
Arnie your spies on you and shares data with CCP.
I need to remove this debug info.
At least your data is shared and not sold.
Arnie says,
It's not data, it's data.
Meister Chica says,
Yes, comrade.
Anya says,
Well, that TTS didn't work well. Anyhow, haven't used passport since I moved to Japan, so not much to share TBF dot.
I was looking at them because I was making a website, and I was actually considering using... it was a social... a kind of a social network. Anyway, bots were a problem. So authenticating users using ID, it's like a perfect solution against bots. This age verification, if it's done properly, it can actually keep your identity private.
Done properly. part is concerning.
This I will keep. This I will. Need to get rid of these implicit fall-through warnings. There are just 2 more bugs I need to fix. I guess this. Those suggestions are awful. Can I switch them off? Not here, please. I think both of those to-dos, they will be fixable with AI. Because that was the tricky part. That was the part that had to be done correctly. Everything else, AI can do it.
Yeah, love those suggestions. Ever since they started appeared, button usage increased tenfold.
Yeah, I'm actually not using this press and release. I guess I can get rid of them.
Meister Chica says,
Arnit, why are you collecting interaction data?
Arniet says,
'Cause 1 in 11 times it's actually useful.
For me, it's super useful because I am really crap at using this keyboard still. Okay, probably do not need this, I guess. Yeah, I removed the right function. Okay. I just need this other right. Okay, and it works. I should combine those two classes, black keyboard and the up keyboard.
I'm a damn idiot. As I was lazy, I was coding my Kosovo's implementation in a single file. Now it's a few thousand lines. I should have done this properly from the start.
Not necessarily, but
Tracking and comprehension of the code is horrid right now. So it is bad. those differences are kind of concerning here. I need those headers. This characteristic is not necessary, this other thing is.
be H. So just okay. Public functions first. And then private. Already there. That's nice. Be right back. I think like merging two classes is something that I should have asked AI to do, maybe. I think I will remove this print base class. I'm not using this anyway. Okay, I will just ignore those errors. Give me the actual errors, please. Okay, those are actual errors. 105. Log was not defined. Huh. They had log function. Almost done. 199. It was flashed, and there is one less module. Such an interesting way to define HID tables with defines. I wonder what's in this usage page. Consumer 0C. I think I lost the HID. The page with HID protocol description. Oh well. 2000 words per minute. Nice. Could be larger if the words were longer. If I added some, maybe for the initial letters, some kind of delayed send. Anyway. Actually, maybe I should include them like that. Code settings. Still going to have issues, yes. I don't know, whatever works, works. Maybe I shouldn't touch this. It generates a ton of warnings, but it works. Yeah, I guess this is it for today. We went from like 400, even less than 400, to 800 to 2000 words per minute. That's a decent keyboard. Anyway, on Wednesday I hope we'll be back to coding Automat. So, see you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.